Alright, how's it going, everybody? Looks like we got a few people in here, which is super awesome. Thank you so much for coming. Na Bat Freak, thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you. So today is going to be basically what I consider a normal stream. Essentially, the reason I've chosen to start streaming is because, frankly, this is a pretty lonely job. You know, you kind of sit at your drawing table, in my case in the basement, and you're all by yourself. And basically, I thought, well, you know, if I stream this, maybe I could have some company to kind of hang out with and, you know, not make me feel so quite so lonely while I work. So that being said, most of these streams might be kind of boring. I'm not really sure if, you know, like I hope that people find it interesting. I do plan on, you know, engaging with you all and stuff like that, but I really am just basically going to be working on comics, working on commissions, all that kind of stuff. Sultan of Rain, Henry Hanale, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate both of you. But yeah, so, you know, Saturday was kind of like a big, you know, kick off the stream kind of thing where I did a full Bruce illustration, and I can imagine that was pretty exciting. But from the day to day, it's going to be a little bit more toned down than that. But you know, hopefully you all find something entertaining and, you know, maybe even kind of educational while you're here. Kai Williams, what's up, buddy? Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. So anyway, what I have here, I already lined out my paper. I've got a 9x12 sheet of Strathmore Bristol, upon which Active Delta, thank you so much for the follow. Basically, upon which I'm going to do a warm-up drawing, and you know, it's going to be kind of quick, kind of fast, whatever. I don't always do warm-up drawings, but today it's pretty cold here in St. Louis, and my joints and everything are feeling kind of stiff because of the temperature drop. So before I get into like real work, as it were, I kind of wanted to, you know, sort of shake the frost off, as it were. Oh, what's up, Bobby? Good to see you, man. Ah, Nana Bat Freak, where are you at? 9 p.m. That's like 7 hours ahead of me. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and today I'm going to do a Hal, or Green Lantern, for those of you who aren't super familiar with my comic JL8. Hello, Resident. Thank you so much for joining. Now, basically what I do here, and also throughout the course of the stream, I'm not going to be providing commentary on literally everything I do, just because when I'm getting into like the proper work stuff, I think I'm going to be a little bit more focused. But basically, I like to break out my circle template because the JL8 characters have pretty round heads, and it just gives me a kind of nice, easy starting point to work from. Also, for anyone who's curious, this is actually a pencil extender that I have here. I tend to wear my pencils down till they're basically little nubs. I've got some that are even shorter than this, and this allows you to stick those nubs in here and just kind of screw it to tighten it, so that way you can still use pencils that still have plenty of lead in them, all that good stuff, without, you know, being wasteful. So I've got my circle, and now I'm going to drop in, we call this a center line, which, as you can see, it's not literally in the center because Hal's going to be looking in what we call a 3/4 view, but in space, this is where the center of his face would be. I'm going to kind of go down here. This is going to kind of be sort of his eye line, because if you're familiar with the JLA kids, they have pretty big foreheads. And as I mentioned on my Saturday stream, I really like to start with the nose, because the nose, first of all, it's centrally located on the face, and it basically provides kind of like a nice little anchor point from where you can kind of build the face out of, as it were. So we're going to lay this in here. And Hal's got a little bit of a wider nose. And sometimes you'll make marks that aren't, like this mark isn't going to be inked or show up in the final drawing, but it kind of helps me understand where, like, the total volume of the space that his nose takes up on his face. Alright, so we've got his nose in there. So let's give, lay in his eyes. Do a little cross contour line to try and make sure that his eyes are the same, roughly in the same height level on his face, so you don't have one way up high and another way down low. Also, I hope that I've got a little space heater running down by my feet because it's very cold down here. I'm hoping that it's not super loud and causing the audio to be terrible. Alright, so we're going to go lay in his jawline. I tend to give Hal a little bit more of a flat, kind of squarish jawline. Clark's is a little bit more pointy. Bruce and Barry are both a little bit more round. It's really more just to kind of give a little bit of variation between the characters' skull shapes, as it were. And we'll go up here. Dun, dun, dun. I mean, these don't, like I said, this is a warm-up drawing, so it doesn't need to be perfect, but even still, I'd kind of like it to be relatively presentable, because for those of you who might not know, there was a time where I was doing a lot of these warm-up sketches, and generally I'll end up selling them later as kind of just like cheap original art options. And I don't want them to be like hot garbage if I'm going to try and sell them, so I want them to at least be relatively presentable. So I think probably go something like this. And this is another thing, I talked about this on Saturday, but I'm not going to assume that everyone was here on Saturday. A lot of the way I pencil, not everybody is this way, I think most people are this way, is you're kind of just feeling stuff out. Nothing's permanent until you get to the inking stage, and even then you can still fix stuff with whiteout and whatnot. So, make as many marks as you need until you kind of figure out, oh, okay, that's the one I'm looking for. And then you make a mental note of generally what you want the final line to be, and that's the line that you produce when you ink it. JLA kids all have these big old noggins. And we'll do a little bit of a rib cage for it to be kind of like a bust shot. Maybe a little bit of his shoulders and arms and stuff. Rough in kind of where the Green Lantern symbol is going to be. I think we'll do a relatively happy Hal for today. Nothing crazy, but not everybody needs to be scowling all the time. go in and give him his hairline. How it has a little bit of a little messier sideburns instead of it just being like a straight across. They're a little bit longer. Nothing, again, nothing fancy, but they're kind of, you know, just a little something to kind of differentiate him from Clark. Because Clark is the only other male character that has an exposed head with hair. Obviously, John has an exposed head, but he's just got a little chrome dome. I was trying to think of a shade of green that starts with like a k sound to make a pun, but I could not think of one. But be aware that I tried. And like I said, you know, here's the center line. So you try to, or I try to build up like, okay, this is where his little like tuft of hair is. Kind of goes out this way. Kind of sweep it back. Pull it back. Kind of goes like that. Also, please forgive me for not engaging with chat a ton right out the gate. Usually when I'm actually working, it's a little difficult for me to keep on top of that stuff. So I kind of try to hit like nice little break points, as it were, and I try to look at the chat to get caught up, as it were. Hopefully that's not too much of a problem. And one of the big issues is because my laptop, with all that information, is to my far right. So I have to turn both completely away from the microphone and the drawing table to look at it, and even kind of like lean in because the font isn't super big. Ideally, I'll eventually figure out a way to put the laptop kind of like right up here, so I can literally just look up and kind of scope it out right away. WTHDC, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Oh my gosh, we're one away from 250 followers. Holy cow. That is nuts. Oh, Poopsmith412, you are the 250th follower. Thank you so much. That is super cool. And here I'm kind of just blocking in the Green Lantern symbol. The symbols are actually kind of tricky because graphic design stuff is like so specific. ZY's Guy 15, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. That being kind of off when drawing it can like really look weird. And you know, sometimes you just don't have the time to be precious with it. But I'm kind of feeling like I want to do my best, especially since, like I said, this is a warm-up drawing, so even though that sounds like it would be kind of like, you know, a throwaway, I am warming up to get started on real work, so, you know, you kind of want to take it seriously so that you're ready to, pardon me, do well when you get to the real work, if that makes any sense. Alright, I think this is pretty much all I really need for a warm-up sketch, and especially because most of the work I'm going to be doing today I think is going to be inking stuff. So yeah, I think that's pretty much kind of where we want to be. I'll tape that right there so it doesn't go sliding off the table while I work on stuff. Ooh, spreadsheet, super fun. It's going good, Mark. How you doing, buddy? Just doing some warm-up sketching of Green Lantern here before I get to work in earnest. Oh, and also, if anybody was tuned into the stream on Saturday, you might notice that my pencil lines are blue this time. That's because I'm using my traditional Prismacolor Col-Erase blue pencils. Here's one that's not just a complete nub, although the one that was in my holder was a nub. And this is just something that's kind of a holdover from my time studying animation. Animators tend to use a lot more colored pencils to kind of delineate layers of stuff. It's kind of inside baseball. But anyway, I just personally like it. But when I'm going to try to color stuff in real life, like with Copics, I'd rather have the graphite because it just erases easier than the Col-Erase blue does. Would I ever do a comic where the characters get aged up but they're still kids? That's actually a really interesting idea. I had not thought of that. I don't think I would do it with JL8 just because I think if I ever want to show them as adults, I kind of want it to be when they're actually adults. Because that's kind of like a big part of the underlying narrative for JL8. Um, but it's a fun story idea for sure. Alright, so here I am, I'm just kind of getting my brush wet before I start dipping it in my ink. Which again, if you tune in on Saturday, you'll know the reason I do this is because the bristles are essentially thirsty. And if you dip it straight into the ink, you kind of waste a bunch of ink because it just gets absorbed straight into the brush and doesn't really transfer to the paper all that well. But if you kind of get it nice and juiced up in water, it's willing to let the ink flow from it better. Alright, so now we've done that. I actually don't erase the blue line. Not physically anyway. I take it out digitally in Photoshop, but I actually leave the underdrawing. I mean, unless it's something straight up wrong, where like I didn't like the way that hand looked, so I want to redraw it. Then I'll erase that. But generally speaking, I actually do leave the blue. And Court, thank you so much. That's really kind of you to say. Ang Data, thank you so much for the follow. I'm sorry, I think I missed you when you first followed. All right. I'm over here in my scratch pad to kind of basically sharpen my brush tip. All right, there we go. So let's take this tape off. And we're just going to get right into it with a nice big jawline. So also, please forgive me when I ink. Naturally, I get like nose to the paper close. But that would just kind of get in the way of the camera, so I'm having to kind of fight that urge. But that being said, I imagine at times I'm going to be getting in the way of the camera. And also, if anybody has any questions about my tools or anything like that, I actually have a tools command. You just have to type in an exclamation point and tools, and it'll give you a list of pretty much all the tools I use on a regular basis. Pencils, inks, brushes, all that stuff. Because I know a lot of people are interested in stuff like that, including myself. I mean, I'm always intrigued to see what other artists are choosing to use for their various endeavors. And here we're going to do a little technique that's called feathering, where you kind of go thin to thick. There we go. I'm not sure how much ink is left on my brush, so I don't want to tackle anything super juicy. So I'll kind of go down here and do some stuff that's basically shorter lines that I wouldn't need as much ink for. Angie Art, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. It's a little thicker than I would have liked it to be, but oh well. Sure, we'll do right here. Hit those sideburns. Well, the sideburn. Because you can't see the other one. I'll do this drop shadow under his chin. Alright, we're going to load this back up. And we'll tackle the spit curl that he's got going on. Give it a nice juicy line. Kind of go in here and smooth it out a little bit. Add in one of those to give, maybe even another one. Give it a little sense of dimension. Honestly, those aren't great. I'm not thrilled with those, but now I won't make the same mistake later when I'm working on an actual page. Generally, you want to break up the hairline with little dashy marks like that, because otherwise the hairline can look more like a helmet. Which, maybe, sometimes you might want for like comedic effect or something like that, but alright. I think I've got enough for right here. Yeah. One of the other reasons this is important is, especially with it having been the holiday last week, I haven't really inked anything in close to like a complete week. And yeah, like just like anything else, you can kind of atrophy in the meantime. Lolo Rama, thank you so much for the follow. Oh yeah, Sid. Yeah, I probably will be working on the Batman Day commissions live. I'm actually, first of all, I'm really sorry that they were taking so long to get done. Um, First off, I sold a lot more of them than I was expecting. Um, which is a good problem to have. But couple that with the fact that I'm going to be really honest with you guys. Like my work process during this whole pandemic thing has basically slowed to like 50% tops. And I mean like literally my physical speed. Not even, I mean, couple that with also, kind of feeling depressed and demotivated and stuff, but like even when I actually sit down to work, for whatever reason, like things that took me 1 hour now take me 2 hours. Things that took me 4 hours now take me a full work day. It's really weird. And hopefully this Twitch stream thing, having you guys around to hang out with and everything is going to help sort of combat that. But yeah, things have just like really slowed down, and I feel really bad. Like I said, that you guys ordered those commissions and it's taking so long for me to get around to them. But I thank you so much for being so patient. Because another thing is, and not to toot my own horn as it were, but I take commission work really seriously. You guys are paying me money for my art, and I will never just dash something out in an effort to, basically just like get it off of my queue. Like, oh, they've been waiting a long time. I don't really have the time to work on this. So I'm just gonna bang it out real quick and, whatever. I just can't bring myself to do that. And most artists wouldn't. I'm not trying to imply that, every other artist does that. But, I mean, there are some. Or at least I've heard, because, like, I don't know anyone, I don't have any, like, names to name, as it were. Everyone I know takes all of their work pretty seriously. Ears can be tricky, just because these curves. There we go. That looks good. Alright, we'll do his neck. Excuse me. At the risk of sounding maybe a little bit gross, I just ate lunch about probably less than an hour ago, so if I'm a little bit burpy on occasion, I apologize. All right. Well, thank you for the kind words, Lola Rama. I really appreciate that. Yeah, communication is super important, and I'll be the first to admit I haven't been holding up my end of that bargain as well as I should have. I do need to be better about that kind of thing. Or more proactive about it, as it were. I'm usually pretty good if someone messages me, but I should have been doing a better job of sending out an email to all of you, letting you know what was going on. And that's something I'm actively working on, because I know it's something of a character flaw of mine. All that being said, I'm really hoping to have them done, like all of them done, by the end of the year. Certainly some will be done before then, because I don't just do them all concurrently. And just to kind of talk about the stream in general, that's something I'm going to try and figure out going forward, is like, will I have dedicated days that it's like, okay, this is commission day, where I just work on commissions the whole time, so people that are interested in that know when to tune in. This is creator owned day, JL8 day, so on and so forth. I'm a little less inclined to do something like that, just because motivation kind of hits when it hits. Like every week, I certainly try to work on all those things, but kind of a key to success that I've found is like, you kind of just go with wherever you're at in the moment. So like maybe one Monday, I'm like, man, I'm in a mood to work on JL8, so that's what I'm going to work on, whether I've had it scheduled to be something else or not. Or, man, it's Wednesday, I'm really burnt out on working on comics, I really just kind of want to bang out some commissions. So, you pivot over to commissions. So yeah, I'm not 100% sure if I'll ever kind of get to a point like that. At least for like my weekday streams. I'm not sure how much, if at all, I'll be streaming on weekends, but I think if I do a weekend stream, that'll be a little bit more thematic focused. Like, oh, this is going to be just like a commission gauntlet. Come hang out while I try and bang out 5 commissions today, or, something like that. Call Me Kai Plays. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Eyelashes are a lot harder to do on the bigger illustrations than they are just on a normal comics page. Oh, a lot of that could just be solved with me using a larger size brush, but this is the one I'm comfortable with. I do really like giving all my characters eyelashes, mainly for volumetric reasons. I think it just kind of makes the eyes feel a little bit more three-dimensional, the way they kind of like wrap around and taper and stuff. For his mask, we just kind of do a dead line the whole way around. That pretty much does it for the brush stuff. Wizard, no, we switched to the blue pencil just because I'm not planning on coloring any of this stuff with Copics. The only reason I was using the graphite was because it just erases easier. But the blue is what I just use in my day-to-day work. And do I do much inking on other stuff, on other people's work? I don't, no. In fact, come to think of it, I'm not sure if I've ever inked anyone else's work. Maybe some friends' work back in college. Just like little one-off illustrations or something, but nothing that I can really remember all that well. Pestilence, thank you so much for the follow. Fill this in with black. a lot of people do their spot blacks, excuse me, with their brushes. The reason I use markers is I kind of like the matte finish that it provides, and B, I don't know if this is true or not, but like I feel like that can't be. It's not that it's bad for the brushes. I just feel like it probably wears them out quicker doing that. And the brushes that we use aren't cheap, so I just try to prolong the life of them as best as I can. So that's why, personally, I do my fills with markers. All right, and then for the symbol, again, since it's kind of just like a straight dead line, meaning a line that doesn't have kind of like all this weight stuff to it, I'm just going to use a Copic Multiliner Tech pen for it. And this thing looks like butt crack. So we're going to go over it with this one, and not that one specifically. Much better. This is a little bit thicker of a hold line than I would like around the symbol, but what are you going to do? Be a better inker, that's what. One day I'll get there. Maybe. Alright, so we'll use that. We'll use the 0.5 for the actual lantern. Yeah, I don't know if I just need to get a fresher tip for that 0.7 that I started this line with. Because it was coming out all uneven, which is why I switched away from it. It just looked really bad. Whoop. And just like the great Bob Ross, occasionally I'll make goofy little sounds while I'm penciling and inking, so please forgive me if I sound like a complete goofball. And that pretty much does it. So then I like to go in and kind of basically just ink this frame. I just think it kind of looks good that way. Where did I put my, oh, here it is. Who are the most undervalued people in comics between inkers or colorists? Boy, that's a good question. I'm not sure if I have a definitive answer for that. Oh, PDGMZ, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Oh no, I have a little smear here from something. I will erase smears because that's not part of the... I mean, I guess technically it's part of the creative process, but... Alright, there's a Hal drawing. Let me try and get it a little bit more. Oh yeah, I mean, like, letters are for sure the most completely undervalued people in comics. So yeah, there's a little warm-up Hal. Eventually, probably at the end of the week, I'll put this and whatever other warm-up drawings I do on my in my online store over at Big Cartel, yalestewart.bigcartel.com, which is also where you can find prints and original pages, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, that kind of got the juices going. So I'm going to set that over here. Hopefully you can hear me talking because I'm fully moved away from the microphone. I'm going to get myself a quick drink of water. Which has also been a nice side effect of doing these Twitch streams. I've started drinking water a lot more regularly. I mean, I know I need to be doing that, but it's something I've always kind of struggled with. So yeah, today basically what I think I'm going to be working on is finishing inking this page from my creator-owned comic, title to be determined. I've been working on this for a long time. It's just really been fighting me pretty much at every step. And I'm just... Basically, I'm over it, man. Like, I just really want to wrap this thing up. So, basically come hell or high water. I'm trying not to swear on this stream, and I know people could argue about whether that's a swear or not. But anyway, I really want to get this done, even if it takes me this entire freaking week. So yeah, we're gonna... Basically what I'm doing right now while I'm talking is I'm kind of trying to decide where I want to start off. So, because there are a lot of times in the creative process where it looks like you're just not doing anything. You're kind of just standing there looking at your drawing table, but basically you're just kind of figuring it all out in your head before you get started. Jorge, thank you so much for the follow. I assume that's how it's pronounced, because I do know some people who actually just pronounce that George. So I apologize if I've assumed incorrectly. But yeah, like I said, this is my creator-owned project. It's kind of like a fantasy adventure type thing. I'm really excited about it. I think people will really enjoy it if they enjoy my other work. Yeah. Where, oh where do I want to start? I think we'll stick with the brush inking for now. I'm going to probably start up here on this shoulder because this shoulder hasn't been finished for a long time. And probably move down here to this stuff. And then maybe back up here to finish this panel. There's a huge bar scene panel at the bottom of this page that you can't see quite yet. That's the thing that's been giving me the most fits, mainly because I've been starting to use a nib for inking. And oh man, it is quite the learning curve. I do not play much D&D anymore. I was super into it in my youth. Uh, Ashley, my partner, she's actually way into D&D. She actually has multiple campaigns going currently. Um, but that's actually kind of where this idea came from, because both she and I were really interested in getting back into well, I was interested in getting back into it. She was interested in getting into it in the first place. And I kind of just realized a lot of times I really want to do stuff that requires more than one person, and I end up not having anyone to do that thing with. And I was like, well, what? That's kind of like an interesting story idea. So basically, what this is, it's kind of like an inversion of The Hobbit, in the sense that basically like what if Bilbo just really wanted to go out and be an adventurer, but didn't have like all the dwarves and stuff to drag him to do that. So our main character here, Aiton, he's kind of from not the middle of nowhere, but kind of a place where the idea of being an adventurer is kind of like saying I want to be a rock star or something like that. There's not a whole lot of peer support for that, as it were, but it's something that he really badly wants to do because he, grew up almost like a fanboy, like hearing folk tales and legends and stuff, and to him, being an adventurer is like one of the highest callings, because it's all about helping people and being there for others and stuff like that. So he decides to head out on his own, and he's going to kind of basically try to find an adventuring party that he can then go and partake in great deeds with, as it were. And that's actually kind of what this scene right here is. He's finally, we meet him as he arrives at this town called Farron, which, again, to kind of keep making references to Tolkien stuff, it's kind of like Bree, as it were. Just looking basically for adventuring work. And he gets directed to the tavern, where he finds out that, like there's some other adventurers who've shown up here to help us with this problem of these goblin raids that we've been dealing with. So he's showing up and basically asking these other adventurers, like, hey guys, do you mind if I essentially tag along and help you guys deal with this goblin problem? So, yeah, and then from there, hijinks will ensue. But anyway, yeah, enough talking. Let me try to actually get into working on some of this. Oh, Peach, that's so awesome. I really hope that you enjoy it. D&D is a lot of fun. It's super fun. Back when I was in middle school is when I first started playing. And it was just my buddy Adam and I. We were the only people that had any interest in it. So Adam would DM and play his own character, while I would. So, like we were an adventuring party of two. And I mean, like, obviously, it's more like just writing fanfic. Or not fanfic, but we were being pretty generous with making our characters pretty awesome and all that kind of thing. But yeah, back in the summer, we used to walk from my parents' house up to Hampton Village, which is kind of like a strip mall area. Maybe, I don't know, like 3 to 5 miles away, something like that. Because there was a B. Dalton there, and we would walk to the B. Dalton and buy a new adventure, and then stop over at Booter Library, which was just kind of between my parents' house and the B. Dalton, and make photocopies of blank character sheets and all that kind of stuff that we would need for the new endeavor that we were about to partake on. It was friggin' awesome. Those are some of the best memories of my youth. I miss that stuff. I actually still have all that stuff. It's actually right over here in my studio, and I use it, a lot of it, for reference when I'm working on this. Disliked Druid, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. We're actually talking about D&D right now. Not that Druids are exclusive to D&D, but they are a class, and it kind of just made me think of it. Yeah, I was really hoping to have this entire comic ready to launch by like next January, but needless to say, everything that's happened this year has really kind of thrown a wrench in all that. So El Mongolo de Salem, thank you so much for the follow. I hope I said that right. I'll admit I kind of just glanced over and tried to do the best with what I could see. I'm not even sure how much of this stuff you guys can see. I'm working pretty small here, but I really do appreciate how many of you guys have come out to hang out. As I said earlier in the stream, that's really the number one reason why I started streaming, is to basically have company while I work, to sort of offset some of the feelings of isolation from just hanging out in a basement all day. And truthfully, I mean, that's something that I dealt with even before all the stuff with the pandemic. Being a cartoonist, a comic cartoonist anyway, does tend to be pretty lonely, you know, because it's really just you. It's not like animation or something where you're in a studio with a bunch of other people all kind of like working as a team. And there are some cartoonists, like comic artists, who have studio space and hang out with other artists, but I don't really have the funds to both pay rent for a place of residence as well as a workplace. So Renee Gomez, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, I just work in the basement. I mean, it's a half finished basement. I mean, I'm not just down here next to the dryer or anything like that. But yeah. Ashley and I have finally been able to rent a house rather than an apartment. It's a pretty modest affair. You know, it's not terribly big, but which is basically why I'm down here in the basement, because my studio does kind of require a lot of space. I mean, you know, I like to. It's very helpful to have the extra space for shipping, because you know I just ship out all my orders and stuff personally. Gotta have all that stock on hand, all the shipping supplies on hand, all that, and it's kind of been me being down here kind of helps not having to take over the living room or whatever upstairs when I have a sale and have a bunch of orders I need to send out. Because I mean, even just like a couple dozen orders, I can like really. Oh, and she must have heard because she is now here with us in chat. Bloody Tirade, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, everything is so tiny. That's another thing that kind of sucks when you've, because I penciled this page probably back in like March or something. I tend to like getting to inks pretty quickly because sometimes you can kind of forget what you were trying to do with certain things in the interim. Like, oh, was that line the final line that I decided I wanted to use? Was that just a sketch line that I ended up inking because I thought it was supposed to be something when it really wasn't? So on and so forth. And despite what I was saying earlier, I mean, for some stuff I will just go in and use the brush to fill it in. It's not that big a deal, like I'm doing right now. Actually, speaking of D&D, Ashley and her friends actually do stream their campaigns. I think try to use it as a way to raise money for charity. I feel bad that I'm not quite as well versed in exactly what they do as I probably should be, but I know that they have a lot of fun doing it. So, you know, if that's anybody's cup of tea. And Ashley, this is your cue to share links to that stuff or whatever. Sorry, I'm pretty like laser focused on this right now. Alright, we're getting there. Slowly but surely, getting there. I guess I forgot to ink Drum's tank top. Pretty brutish, but he's not just walking around without a shirt on. James Kuo, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Oh, thank you very much. Oh, this is going to be one of those stupid things where I can't remember what the kind of like weathering on his shoulder pad generally looks like. So it's going to be like, oh, why does it look like that in that panel, but in the other panel it goes a different way? Oh, boy. Oh, well. Stretching my back. I do kind of apologize that this page is... Oop, kind of bumped my webcam a little bit with my headphones. Pretty granular. So I can imagine that this might not be the most absolutely exciting thing to be watching. Just a whole lot of really tiny, fine detail work. I'm sure I'll end up regretting giving this guy this kind of like padded leather armor with this like checkerboard pattern on it. Damien, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Although it could be an awful lot busier. It could certainly be, you know, Spider-Man's webs. Which shockingly really don't feel like that much of a burden when you're working on them. Like, despite how busy that actually is, Spider-Man's webs, like, I don't think I've ever once been drawing them and been like, God, these things suck. Why do I have to draw these? There's just something about it that's really appealing. I'm having to like actively check other drawings to make sure that I'm remembering how to handle the costume designs because I'm still pretty new to drawing these characters. They haven't 100% cemented themselves in my mental Rolodex, as it were, the way that, like, you know, I can draw the JL8 characters in my sleep because I've drawn them all so many times. I know pretty much exactly how to. Doesn't mean they always come out good, but I don't have to question myself like, wait, how does Diana's hair look? No, I know exactly how Diana's hair looks. I love the way Diana's hair looks. Diana's probably the character that I'm most proud of, design-wise, in JL8. And I'm especially happy that other people seem to feel relatively the same way. A lot of people have given me really nice compliments on the way Diana looks, and that means a lot to me. Makes me feel really good. And she's also super fun to write, fun to draw. She's just a real pleasure the whole way through. You could say that she's wonderful. Ha ha ha. Get it? Is there something I absolutely hate drawing? I'm sure that there is. I'm having a bit of a tough time just coming up with an answer right now. I'm not crazy about drawing cars, but a lot of that is just I'm not super well versed in drawing them. Like I would like to draw. I would like to be better at drawing cars. Because I think when people know how to draw cars, they look really, really cool. Not that I'm going to need to draw cars for this particular comic. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. I'm not really sure what I. Oh, you know what? I'm not a big fan of like rooms full of desks and chairs. So like classrooms, restaurants, things like that. Just because the stuff below the like it just gets so messy below the table, and I'm really finicky about trying to make sure everything is like in the correct perspective and all that kind of stuff. It just gets really difficult, as you will see in the bottom panel of this page, which has been giving me fits. It's just exhausting. And then there are a lot of things that are kind of like mood dependent. You know, like maybe one day you're just really not feeling having to draw a crowd scene, or you're really bored of drawing talking head, you know, that kind of thing. That certainly happens. Where you're just kind of fed up. But yeah, I think like the restaurant and stuff, I think that's pretty much just like all like a evergreen dislike. I think I bonked the camera with my headphone again. I apologize. Certainly doesn't help that we got on big old studio headphones. Not bonking it with an earbud, with a AirPod or whatever. I've also realized that despite the fact that I'm wearing headphones, I have totally forgotten to actually turn any music on. So I'm just sitting here with headphones on my head and nothing actually playing in them. Probably gonna come back to that belt buckle because honestly, I can't remember. I'm sure his boots and belt are black, but I can't actually remember. So I'm gonna have to dig up his like model sheet before I commit to any of that stuff. Yeah, we'll just do this with a brush. That's another thing. Sometimes you can kind of come up with rules for yourself, like, oh, you know, anything of this type is a brush, everything of this type is a pen, everything of this type, you know, yada, yada, yada. And, like, sometimes you gotta just chill out with stuff like that. For starters, it's one of those things like, is anyone even gonna be able to tell sometimes, like, when you're getting into work this small, like a panel this small, I don't think that kind of thing makes like a huge difference. I mean, certainly in some respects it does, but in other respects, yeah, not so much. Yeah, Bat Freak. But if you think about it, like I did put all the kids at like two big tables. It's not a thing where they each have their own individual desk. So that was kind of a way to sort of work around that a little bit. I'm still not crazy about it. Don't get me wrong, but it could be a lot worse. It could be a whole lot worse. A lot of times I like to save spotting the blacks for the very end, but sometimes when I'm working on a page or an illustration or something that has just kind of been giving me fits, I like to do it earlier because it kind of gives me anyway a bit of a sense of like, okay, I've at least done this much. Like that part is done now. If that makes any sense. Just one step closer to being finished with this panel kind of thing. In like a really obvious way. You know, because obviously you can see all the fine line work and all that, but it doesn't stand out quite as much as like a big old chunk of just black. this was going to be all black too. And you can see some of the mistakes I've made where things have dripped, things have smeared, so on and so forth. I still need to go back in and hit with whiteout. But I'll probably save all that stuff for the very end. What kind of music do I listen to while I work? Pretty much all kinds. There are definitely certain genres or artists or whatever that I listen to more than others. And obviously all kinds is not actually true. I'm not throwing on, I don't know, like polka or something like that. But generally when it comes to like popular styles of music, I tend to listen to most of it. I'm going to tape this up here real quick. I'm going to go over to my computer and try to dig up Marcus's character design. Actually, I believe that stuff is in my notebook, so I have to go over and grab that real quick, so I will be back in just a minute. Let me just clean off my brush here real quick before I go over there and do that. Alright, I will be back literally in 1 to 2 minutes. Hold on. Alright, I have returned. It's still going to be a minute before I get back to work on the page while I flip through this sketchbook real quick. At least I'm pretty sure it's in here. If not, it might be somewhere else. The Mad Chicken, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Turns out I don't know exactly where that stuff is right now. So that's cool. Oh well, I'll just come back to that at a different time. Oh yeah, what's up, dude? I was gonna say that Mad Chicken definitely sounds familiar, but I couldn't exactly remember where I'd seen it before. Yeah, thank you so much for popping in. How often do I draw literary characters? Very, 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 very rarely. In fact, those Harry Potter sketches might be the only ones I've ever. I mean, they're certainly not the only ones I've ever done, but I think that's the only time I've ever done it. Basically for fun, because I have done like a couple commissions. I've done at least one, maybe two Harry Potter commissions before. Um, I don't think I've ever done any Tolkien commissions before that I can recall. I'm not sure what other literature I ever would have done. Oh, I know what I can do. I can just look at a different page. Because I do have other pages. Okay, yeah. Well, his boots are definitely black. Not sure what I chose to do with this belt. Also, I apologize if you guys can't hear me very well right now. Alright, there we go. Solve that conundrum. So now what? Now what do I feel like doing? I think I'm going to start working on some of this bar shot. Been wanting to knock out a couple more of these chairs for a while now, so I might as well just do it. Quit procrastinating. Artists will never be happy with their work. No, generally not. We tend to be our own worst critics. Which, you know, in some ways, like, in some ways that's kind of a good thing. I feel like it sort of helps you strive to always be better. You never want to get too complacent. But it can also be, you know, it can also certainly be detrimental as well. You know, you can definitely be too hard on yourself, as it were. Alright, so for this I'm going to be using pen nib. This is a Speedball 102, sometimes called a Hunt 102, because I think Hunt was who made these nibs mainly before, I guess, they went out of business, and Speedball picked up all the slack. And then I'll also be using my triangle, mainly because you can't really see it, but it has kind of like a lip here that allows you to sort of ink. But if this were completely touching the paper, like the edge where you're inking, the ink would kind of like seep under there. But because it has this lip, it can still happen if you have too much ink on your nib, but this lip kind of helps prevent against that. So let me just kind of get lined up here to start, because I want to be able to just throw my line right away as soon as I dip my pen. And this is the kind of thing, I used to use tech pens for stuff like this, but I kind of wanted to try using a nib, because I think a nib has a bit more of a slightly more organic feel to it, which I think is cool. But who knows, maybe I'm just wasting my time. Now, nibs are super tricky in the sense that they do not dry all that fast. So you gotta be real careful to not just immediately go over a bunch of stuff and smear the ever-living heck out of it. So I'm trying to be really mindful. Yeah, I can already tell some of the ink's starting to bead up here along the edge. Alright, so there's that. Give that a couple seconds to kind of dry out. Actually, in the interim, I can kind of, assuming that my ink hasn't totally dried already, I can probably hit this here. Nope, ink already dried. So let's go ahead and re-dip that. I'm gonna pull this just like so. Actually, I'll just finish this off while I'm up here. But as you can see, I'm not pushing, I'm trying to make sure that this doesn't cross over that line. I just ink to prevent from any kind of smudging. These should be okay now though. So I'm gonna go down here. One of those. One of those. One of those. All the while I'm trying to be a little bit mindful, kind of looking at the edge of the triangle to make sure that it's not starting to build up to a potential spill point. Alright, we'll hit this here, same way, trying to make sure that the tip of the triangle is not getting over into the wet zone, the danger zone, as it were. Alright, there you go. Oh, I guess I can hit this top of this doorway too. I didn't realize that it... Well, I'll hit a few of these things. Do this. door frame. I'll hit this, but try not to rest my hand on said door frame. There you go. I'm doing a lot better than when I first started using this thing, let me tell you. Man, oh man. This was a very difficult tool to start to learn. I was not a big fan right out the gate. Think what next? And then I'm actually gonna rinse off my nib here. And then use my brush to finish off the tops of these, like here and here. Maybe a couple of these too I'll also hit. Just because every time I try to use the nib for this stuff, I haven't quite gotten to that level with it yet. How long does it take me to color a comic page? That varies wildly. Danu, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. It really depends on so many things, like how many panels is it, how many characters are in it, how many different you know, like maybe how many different environments is it? You know, like maybe for the first 3 panels take place in one location, and then the other 3 take place in a different location. So it's kind of an issue of having to come up with, you know, like multiple different color palettes. Yeah, it varies pretty wildly. Usually it's definitely like a couple of hours at least, like 2 to 3 hours at least. Probably longer. Oh yeah, no, like especially like sign painters and stuff and calligraphers. Yeah, they use stuff to like keep their hand safely above the work while they do ply their trade, craft their magic. And then this is tricky because you want to try and maintain the same general line width as what the nib gave you. There we go, that's not too bad. And then I'm going to go down here and kind of close up some gaps. I did want to use the brush down here because this is like the seat part. I kind of want it to be a little bit curved. Yeah, Zach, I'm sorry. I saw your question a little bit earlier. I forgot to answer it. Yeah, the Copics were really fun. I'm excited to mess around with those a little bit more in the future. Okay. So what the heck is some of this other mess that I got going on over here? Oh, okay, I can kind of tell what that is. Alright, so I think I'm going to hit this with a brush, because this is basically the chair closest to us from the next table. Legendary Athena, how are you? Thank you so much for popping in and following. I really appreciate it. I'll do this one too. I think once I get these tables and chairs done, it's going to be pretty smooth sailing from there on out. But man, these things, they are just, I'm going to be fried by the end of this. It might actually be a thing where, like, in the future, it's just a better idea to do, like, this table, ink it. Next table, pencil it, ink it. And then just kind of, like, work your way further and further back. What the heck is going on in some of these spots? What was I trying to do? Kibby Weird, thank you so much for the follow. Oh my goodness. Corvette, I actually haven't heard of The Anchor by Phil Hester. Kind of surprised. Like, I'm fairly familiar with Phil Hester's work. Perky83, so much. Thank you so much for the follow. Starting to get a little tongue-tied. I had a little glove, but I stopped using it. I found that it didn't really do all that much, honestly. Alright, and I'm going to go back to my nib to finish off some of these other straight lines. For starters, this one here, kind of like other side of the chair post or chair leg. however you want to describe it. There we go. Here's another chair leg that I will try to hit from this direction, again, so as not to smear. Do the top of this chair. And it's kind of like a weird dance that you gotta do. Just constantly trying to find the safe angle to tackle something from. Do this line here. We're getting there. Definitely getting there. I'm just kind of trying to knock out like as much as I can to make myself feel slightly accomplished. Feel like I'm making progress. I might be getting into some dangerous territory right here, but I'll just freehand this. Yeah, some of this probably isn't even gonna end up showing up. Not in terms of like it's too small or something like that, but I think a lot of this is just gonna end up being covered up in black because of the cast shadows of these three. I guess I can do the, again, assuming that my pen still has some ink in it. There we go. There we go. Well, there's one more thing. I guess I can also drop the lines on this booth back here as well. There's one. There's two. Thank you so much for stopping by, WTH. Really appreciate it. Thank you to everybody that's been stopping by. I'm sorry that I've kind of gone a little bit more silent recently. Just kind of the stuff I'm working on right now is requiring a lot of focus and mental energy, just making it a little bit tough to juggle a bunch of different things at once. again, gonna go in here with these spot blacks to, again, kind of make myself feel like I've knocked something significant out. There we go. And again, I'm kind of just sitting here taking a quick step back to sort of look at what I got going on here and how I want to approach it next. I guess at the least I can fill this in over here. I know what this is supposed to be black. I'm not really filling much past this outer line because this is essentially the end of the bleed area. It's like anything outside this line is just going to get totally cropped off when it finally goes to print. This is supposed to be a little black spot right there. That's actually kind of a little tangent. Oh well. I'll probably knock out these two chairs right here next because they overlap drum, and once I do that, I'm probably just going to ink these guys. Again, to kind of feel a little bit more accomplished, and then kind of start knocking out stuff over here piecemeal again. It's in that weird spot where it's like it's so close but so far from being done. Which is like the nether zone of artwork. Ugh. Excuse me, I just had to stretch a little bit. Alright, so that would be another job for my nib, which, aha, I had it put behind my ear. You would be shocked, but probably not that shocked at how common that is to completely lose a tool only to realize that it was behind your ear the entire time. I guess I should mention, I mean, if there's anybody that has found their way into this room who's not terribly familiar or at all familiar with my work and they're kind of enjoying what they're seeing, my big kind of claim to fame is a webcomic called JL8 that you can type in the command comics and all the pertinent links should pop up that will take you where you need to go in order to check that out. It is an award-winning webcomic featuring the Justice League as a class of 8-year-old third graders and just some of the goofy situations that they end up finding themselves in. Because I suppose it's possible that somebody popped in here just out of sheer curiosity who's not familiar with my work. Here we go. I'll do the... It's kind of wild. I mean, even though that's just 2 lines, it now feels like all this area is finished. Because this is essentially, I mean, I need to do this little stuff over here. But this is supposed to just kind of be like a corner booth, as it were. I think these are probably dry enough now. But I should be able to safely do this. There we go. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Alright. And yet again, we move back to the brush. pretty soon here I'm probably going to take a very, very short break where we can maybe do, I don't know, some like question and answer type stuff. Just to sort of give myself a little bit of a breather. Usually I work in like 2 to 2.5 hour shifts. And I'm thinking being live on Twitch, I can probably stretch that because I have you guys keeping me company and everything. But at the same time, it would probably help if I can take a quick little mental break and just chew the fat for a little bit. And also maybe sit down for a second. Because yeah, I actually stand at my desk as I work, which I want to say I got that from Stewart Immonen. Not personally, I don't know Stewart, but I think I was reading an article, like an interview with him, and he was talking about how he does that. Because, you know, I mean, the art life is certainly not the most physically demanding, and you can definitely kind of find yourself being less than what you would consider physically active. So standing while you work is kind of a minor way to sort of compensate for that a little bit. But, you know, I mean, that being said, like, it is tiring. Especially because I'm literally flat-footed. So standing for prolonged periods of time, I think, kind of wears on me a little bit more than it does on the average person. Although it is one of those things, man, I mean, you know, most of my jobs in my youth were, you know, service industry type stuff, where I was on my feet all the time. And it's just one of those things where you kind of realize how old you're getting. Because I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that like it never bothered me in my youth, but man, it really doesn't take much these days to get the old dogs barking, or whatever you want to call it. I really need to fix this. Just something on my drawing table. And this is 100% one of those situations where the amount of time that you're having to spend crafting a page just wildly exceeds the amount of time any reader is probably going to spend engaged with the page. But oh, thanks for the comment, Donnie Bliss. I get like I hear stuff like that a lot. You know, I kind of just like take people's word for it, I guess. Like I don't really know if my brush control is any better or worse than anybody else's. when I started using a brush, I kind of just knew how I wanted my stuff to look and just did my best to figure out how to make that happen. Yeah, I guess I'm not really sure what else to say about it, but pretty confident there are a decent number of people out there that would put my brush abilities to shame. And that's fine. I'm just trying to do the best I can. That's all any of us can do. I'm probably going to end up going in and doing a lot of rendering in this panel in the inks. And what I mean by that is like cross contour lines and stuff like that to kind of give the illusion of shadow and whatnot. Which again, I don't know how many readers are actually going to care. But I kind of feel like it's what the panel calls for, so that's what I'm going to end up doing. I just realized this is probably as quiet as the stream will ever be just because our pup is at daycare today. We try to take him once or twice a week so he can have the ability to just romp around and be with other dogs and kind of burn off some energy. Especially now that the weather's getting worse. It's a little trickier to get outside for prolonged periods of time. Because I imagine during most streams you're probably going to hear him. Especially when the mailman shows up. He's a little fella, but boy, he gets real loud when that mailman shows up. He does not like him. Yeah, I think when I'm done inking Drum here, which is this character's name, Drum, I think I'm going to take a little breather and hang out and try to answer some questions or comments if anybody has any. Just kind of give myself a bit of a chance to let my brain chill out for a minute. Nothing super long, maybe like 10 minutes or so, tops. And earlier when I was kind of mentioning how I'm probably going to go in and do a lot of the rendering stuff in the inks, that really just boils down to the fact that like this is supposed to be kind of like a dimly lit bar, but it is daytime, so the fact that they're opening up this door back to the outside, there'd be a pretty relatively significant brightness contrast between right here and how that would affect the rest of the room. Because this is a fantasy setting, they don't have incandescent light bulbs. You know, during the day, like, you probably just don't have any source of illumination. You just go with what's coming in through the windows. A Fury HAF, thank you so much for stopping by and giving me a follow. I really appreciate it. It's very generous of you. Yeah, it's a little thicker than I wanted it to be, but oh well. And that's another thing, like, you kind of have to be aware of when you might be starting to check out a little bit. When you're kind of starting to feel like you're maybe a little bit over it. Because then you're going to start looking for excuses to kind of, you know, use some shortcuts that maybe aren't the best, etc., etc. Yeah, with brush inking, like ink laid down by a brush, unless you're like really loading that thing up, tends to dry right away. You can generally go over it pretty quickly. I mean, you don't want to like consciously push down and smear, because you'll probably get some smudging that way. But generally speaking, especially lines that are only this size, you know, I mean, like, there's just not a lot of ink being put to the page by lines like that. And that's really all it boils down to, for the most part, is, you know, it's not that different from, like, water. You know, if you just get a couple drops, it dries pretty quickly. But if you, like, pour out a glass onto the floor, it's going to take a while for that to evaporate. So it's kind of like that. Because that is all ink is. It's just water and pigment. Most ink, anyway. I'm sure there are some inks that are more sophisticated than that, but the stuff I use, that's really all it is. Alright, so for the probably next 10 minutes, I'm going to kind of chill, just sort of hang out here with you guys. If you have any questions or comments or anything, feel free to ask. Like I said, I'm kind of just giving myself a little bit of a breather. What with being at it for like about 2.5 hours straight now, which is usually when I would take a work break. The part of the process I spend most of the time on, that's a good question. Probably the pencils. I mean, there can definitely be instances where like the inking takes a lot longer or something, but pencils is probably what takes the most time, especially if you have panels, you know, with involved environments, kind of like this scene here, just trying to like lay that all down, have it look right, all that. Because inking, I mean, you know, the big joke is like, oh, you're just a tracer or whatever. It's certainly more than that, but you are able to kind of turn your mind off a little bit and just sort of go with your gut. Whereas the pencils, you have to like really be actively thinking about that constantly. And yeah, you know, like you're gonna, that's a stage where you're gonna say, oh, you know what, I don't like the way that looks, let me erase and try it again. You're not really doing that in the inking stage. So yeah, probably the pencils are what I spend the most time on. Unless, you know, the inking is like really complicated, like what I've got, kind of like what I've got going on here. And honestly, like this inking isn't even really all that complicated. It's just I'm kind of like teaching myself a new tool with the nib while I'm working on it, so that's causing a bunch of problems. I currently use Photoshop for my colors, although I've been very interested in both Procreate and Clip Studio Paint. I have a lot of friends, colleagues, peers who speak really highly of those programs, and basically are talking about them as though they're actually just objectively better than Photoshop. You know, it's not even a thing where like, oh, it's like Photoshop for the most part, but it's cheaper or whatever. It's like, no, like these programs seem to actually be better suited to what we as comic artists are attempting to do, and cheaper than Photoshop. So yeah, I'm kind of looking into that stuff. But for the time being, like I said, it's just Photoshop. Let me go ahead and fix this thing that I was complaining about earlier. Actually, speaking of my dog, I wonder if he's in any photos today. Because the daycare we take him to, they do daily photos, which is pretty awesome. Oh, man. Is the weather as crummy everywhere else as it is here in St. Louis today for everybody? Like I said, it is cold out today. Yesterday was probably like in the mid 50s, and today it's down into like freezing temps, which whatever, but like, ease me into it, man. Give me a week of 40, a week of like mid 30s, and then we can get into the freezing stuff. Yeah, apparently we got some flurries here this morning. Nothing that, nothing of real significance, like nothing stuck, but it did happen. Oh, really? So you guys are getting like actual snow? That's pretty wild. What part of Tennessee are you in? If you don't mind me asking, you certainly don't have to answer that. I used to drive through Tennessee multiple times a year, every year, heading down to Savannah. Moist Coon, thank you so much for the follow. I guess I still drive through Tennessee pretty regularly when I drive to Heroes Con in Charlotte. Oh, Donnie Bliss, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. And don't worry, everybody, I'm going to get back to work here in just a second. Are there any concepts I like a lot in particular that I might want to incorporate into future comics? Broadly, like, I like Vikings or what have you. Um, yeah. I think so. I mean, I really like auto bio type stuff. Or actually, not even necessarily auto bio, but just kind of like slice of lifey type stuff. I don't know if I'll get around to working on that project anytime in the near future, but there is kind of like a slice of life type dramedy type story that I've had in mind for a long time that I would like to tackle eventually one day. Um, Whether I actually do or not is a different matter entirely. But yeah, and I mean, I mean, this project I'm working on currently is kind of an example of that. I've always been a fan of fantasy, both literature, things like D&D, fantasy RPG, like video game type stuff. Um, so I was like, well, this could be a fun thing to tackle in that vein. Um, so yeah, in a way, you're kind of looking at the answer to that question. Uh, but yeah, and like given the fact that I am an independent creator, uh, pretty much everything I've ever done fits that descriptor. Really, you know. It was like, oh, I kind of want to do like a superhero comedy thing. From there came JL8. I want to do a kind of fantasy-based adventure strip. Here we go. Uh, so on and so forth. I can't really think of anything else though. I mean, I'm sure I have stuff. Um, but yeah, nothing else like super immediately comes to mind. And another example with what I've got here is like there's not a whole lot of like action in JL8. Um, but I've always wanted to do action, you know, in the vein of just like combat and stuff like that. So like this is an example of that. So this comic, this might actually be the first time I've actually fully announced the title. This is a comic titled Forward the Horizon. This is my current purely creator-owned thing, where you know, I've created all the characters from scratch and all that kind of stuff, as opposed to JL8, which is my DC-inspired fan comic type thing, webcomic. And hopefully sooner than later I'll actually have a website for this comic that I can start directing people who might be interested in it to, with, you know, news and updates and things of that nature. Maybe like promo art, stuff like that. I'm actually debating how I even want to handle it. I'm kind of thinking I might do a thing where I release it as a webcomic, maybe like 3 pages a week, something like that. And you can read it that way for free, but if you're really interested, you could buy either the physical copy or like a PDF of the entire issue and read it all at once, if that makes any sense. Demented Doug, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. I will be resuming work here shortly. I'm just kind of taking a quick little mental breather, as it were. And also, in case anybody's interested, I don't think I've mentioned this yet, but I'll be streaming today until 6 p.m. my time. It's currently 4:30 here, so about another hour and a half. I'm going to be kind of aiming to do that every weekday, Monday through Friday, with the exception of Tuesday. Frickmesta, thank you so much for the follow. Tuesdays I'll probably only go till 5, because I generally have an appointment that I have to keep on Tuesday evenings. But I'm hoping to build out to eventually basically streaming, you know, like my full 8-hour workday. And I'm certainly not expecting anybody to come hang out that entire time. It's just a, you know, all this really requires of me is just turn the camera on while I'm at work, you know, so if people want to pop in, hang out for a little while, keep me some company, awesome. If not, no worries. No skin off my back. Do I read much manga? Yeah, yes and no. I certainly own a lot of manga, but that can kind of boil down to the fact that a lot of the manga I read is pretty long. Oh, thank you so much, Frickmaster. I really appreciate that. Like to the left of my drawing table right here, my bookshelf is all of Dragon Ball, all of Akira, most of One Piece. I'm a little bit behind on One Piece. I think the last volume I have is like 92 or something like that. I've got like the first 14 volumes of Berserk. I started reading both Yu Yu Hakusho and Hunter x Hunter a couple months ago. I haven't made a whole lot of progress on them. I really enjoyed what I had read, but I kind of got distracted by other stuff. Upstairs, what do I have? I've got Gundam The Origin, which might be my favorite manga of all time. That manga is utterly incredible. I'm really loving My Hero Academia. I really enjoy Junji Ito's work, even before he became like super mega popular here in the States recently. Yeah, I'm a manga hipster, I'll say it. Demon Slayer is also very good. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff, but I could certainly read more for sure. And I'm always kind of looking for more. Um, I haven't read nearly as much of Urasawa's work as I would like. I think that he's incredible. Um, I'd like to kind of diversify away from like, I mean, like I do read more than just shonen type stuff, but I would like to broaden my scope even further than what it is. Um, yeah, all kinds. Oh, Lone Wolf and Cub. I actually finally read through all of Lone Wolf and Cub this year. I started reading it back in college, and I got like the first volume, and it was forever until I got the second volume. So then I like reread the first volume, and then volumes like 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever. And then I go like another big gap, and for the longest time I'd only read probably like half of the series, and then I finally pulled the trigger and got all those new omnibuses that Dark Horse released, and that was like one of the first things I did when COVID hit was go through and read all of Lone Wolf and Cub in its entirety. Cool, I'll definitely check out Kengan Asada. Yeah, like I've heard nothing but incredible things about 20th and 21st Century Boys. I need to give that a shot. In terms of what comics I'm currently reading, I'm not really reading a whole lot of anything modern. I just kind of have giant piles of stuff that I've been working my way through. Most recently, I've been working my way through a bunch of 90s Uncanny X-Men, starting with issue 300, and I want to say I'm up to like 325 right now. I just kind of got into the mood for a lot of that art because I'll be honest, the writing's not certainly not the best, but I mean you start off with John Romita Jr., who's my all-time favorite American comic artist. Um, you've got some of the Kubert brothers are in there. You've got Brian Hitch is in there at one point. Obviously, eventually you get into Joe Madureira, which is tops. So I've just kind of been working my way through that. I've also been working my way through the complete Shield omnibus, which is just all the like Strange Tales, Silver Age era, Nick Fury stories, Kirby, Steranko, all that stuff. I haven't really read as much of that recently. I was reading a lot of that more like a couple weeks ago. I've kind of fallen off a little bit, but I've been slowly working my way through that. I think that's really all the comic stuff I've been reading right now. And then I've also been reading The Silmarillion for the first time, which I've been really enjoying. I'm maybe just under halfway through that. Oh yeah, late 80s, early to mid 90s X-Men has some incredible art in it, for sure. I mean, across all the X books. I also did just get finished. The reason I jumped on to reading that part of Uncanny X-Men is because I read the first 31 issues of Gen X recently. Before that, a good buddy of mine recommended checking out Generation X, and I'm also a big fan of Chris Bachalo. And the reason I stopped at 31 is that was his final issue. But yeah, I just went out, and like that stuff's not very expensive. I think I got that entire run for about $1 an issue. And I read all that stuff and really enjoyed it. Unfortunately, I do wish Bachalo had done more in that run because he kind of takes a pretty extended leave of absence at one point. But it kind of gave me the itch, as it were. So I was like, yeah, I'm gonna track down issues 300 to like 350 and just read through that stuff, and probably even a little bit further because 350 is like where Madureira ends his run, but then you get into Bachalo, showing up on Uncanny X-Men. So, I don't know, maybe I'll go to like 360 or something like that. But yeah, that's what I've been going through lately. And I think with that, I'll start getting back to work. I'll still be talking, but... Oh, one more stretch. All right, here we go. Back at it. I think this time I actually will remember to turn on some music. I think I'm gonna go with some Taking Back Sunday, Where You Wanna Be. I like that album. I'm kind of feeling that right now. And unfortunately, due to Twitch's DMCA apocalypse, I'm just listening to that stuff on my headphones. Although I strongly encourage anybody who's watching to just find some tunes that they enjoy and listen to some of their own favorite music while they watch. Music and visual art are a pretty good pair, in my humble opinion. That's why we have music videos. Alright, so we're going to finish these guys here. I may actually end up even going in like basically silhouetting these guys for the most part. Not pure silhouette, but kind of like a rimlet silhouette. But we'll see. And since I'm not sure whether or not I'll do that, I'm gonna ink everything as though I'm not. Probably definitely do it for Kieran here, just because if I remember right, I think that his cloak is like particularly dark. I don't think it's entirely black, but given the lighting situation, the shadow on it would probably be dark enough to be considered black. So well, that's a lot thicker than I intended it to be. Oh well. Oh, right. I've got a bad feeling about this. I've got a bad feeling about this. There we go. Alright, and from here, what do we want to do here? I think we'll do a little bit more nib stuff real quick. You know what? I think I'm going to move up here for a little bit. I'm going to try and finish off this top panel so at least something is completely done by the end of the stream. I don't think that'll take a full hour and 10 minutes, and then whatever remaining time I have, I'll try and chip away at that bottom one again. Also, this is just a little bit bigger of an image, so maybe you can kind of enjoy the process a little bit better. Because you can kind of actually see what's happening instead of just trusting that, like, oh, I know his brush is there, something must be getting inked. Right. Sometimes I forget how I layer Kieran's hair. And it's like he's got one big piece kind of coming ahead of his, in front of his ear. And then the rest of it's behind it. There will come a day when I'm able to draw these characters entirely from memory and know exactly what I'm doing with them, but they're still a little too new for me to be able to do that. Also, I'm really sorry that my breathing gets really weird when I ink. I was actually rewatching the stream from Saturday. And, I mean, I know I, like, hold my breath a lot and stuff when I ink to try and, like, steady myself. But, yeah, I sounded really strange. I'm not really sure. I mean, I'm not doing any of it consciously. But Ashley tells me I kind of breathe weird anyway. It's just, like, I sigh a lot. That's just something I just do it. It has nothing to do with, like, oh, I'm sad or frustrated or anything like that. I find it relaxing. You know, it's just taking a deep breath. I don't think I do that much on stream or while I work, but I think it does tell me that, yeah, you breathe weird, dude. Scintillating, I know. The quality content people come and hang out for. So one of the reasons I kind of just went the way I did over here is because I know that his hair is black, and I'm basically just going to draw right over it. So I didn't really care to be super precious about, like, oh, that line is going to be covered by something else. Give him some little highlights back there, I guess. Yeah, he's got the kind of man bun thing going on. He's kind of a rogue type. I don't know, it just seemed kind of appropriate. If I'm being totally honest, I really don't mind that look nearly as much as a lot of other people do. I don't know if maybe it's like associated with a particular personality type, and therein lies a lot of the kind of like pushback on it. I could totally see that. But I don't know, I feel like, doesn't like Jason Momoa wear a man bun all the time? He seems like a cool guy. But I guess there's a lot about Jason Momoa is kind of like an outlier for the general type of person that you kind of assume that he is. Alright, well this is coming together pretty quick. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Mark, because straight up, when I was watching the replay, I sounded like a turbocharged car in traffic, just constantly like. I'm sorry, that probably didn't sound super pleasant to anybody. God, I wish I could either turbocharge or supercharge my Challenger. But that is expensive, and I don't really need it. Man, when you ink hair and it actually comes out looking pretty good, that's a good feeling. I think that looks pretty good. Is it the best hair I've ever inked in my life? Probably not, but I think it looks cool. Hair can be tricky, especially depending on like how, kind of like realistic you want to go with it. There are a lot of different ways to approach hair. Some of them are pretty different from one another, but equally cool, because like the way Trungles handles hair, very kind of like clamp inspired stuff. Super detailed in the sense that like it just has a lot of contour lines in it. Looks really, really neat. And then you've got like Jen Bartel. She does really great hair. Those are probably the two that come quickest to mind. I think Greg Smallwood also does pretty cool hair. He just has an interesting approach to art, period, that I think is really awesome. I'm not really sure what he's been up to lately. I actually just thought about that earlier today, that I haven't really seen any updates from him in what feels like quite a long time. But that happens. You know, people are working on like stuff where they gotta sign an NDA, which for those who don't know, that's a non-disclosure agreement, which basically says you're not allowed to share or talk about any of the work you're producing. It's pretty common. Because, you know, these companies have their own marketing teams and advertising teams and all that stuff, and they want them to be in charge of when the rest of the world gets to see that stuff. Because, you know, they specialize in it, so I don't blame them for it. Circular lines when drawing or penciling. That's definitely a template. Yeah, I've got a circle template that I use for stuff like that. Sometimes I'll eyeball it in the penciling stage, but definitely for ink. And like occasionally I'll freehand ink it as well. But by and large, like if it's something that like really needs to be a super clean circle, yeah, I'm gonna go with a template for that. No question. This actually isn't taking all that long. Which probably means that 18 is going to take forever. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to lie. This water's catching up to me. I'm going to go run to the boys' room very quick. I'll be right back in probably just a minute. Alright, I have returned. Alright. Alright, where do we want to start here? Probably with this hand. Okay, that didn't go so bad. The reason I don't know if you could kind of hear that in my voice when I was like, hand, I just wasn't entirely, like, sometimes I can have a really hard time inking fingertips, which if you were with me on Saturday, I kind of went into like a lengthy little spiel about that. And even though we did our warm-up drawing and all that kind of stuff today, I'm still kind of getting back in the hang of inking from the extended holiday break. So I'm not feeling quite as confident as I otherwise might. And I mean, I know I don't think my work is like looking like hot garbage, but you know, just a little worried that it might not go as crisply as you were sort of wanting it to, kind of a thing. Alright, let's do this shoulder strap for his backpack, rucksack, whatever you want to call it. I guess it's more like a rucksack. And this is close enough where you would probably be able to see the piping. That's another thing that, you know, takes... I think it takes a decent amount of practice, actually, is kind of knowing, like, when to drop certain detail. Because at that distance, you probably wouldn't see it. I mean, like, technically you would see it, but it wouldn't be clear enough to really, like, distinguish itself, if that makes any sense. Because, you know, like, technically, if you see a human being from, like, if you're at one end of a football field looking down the other and there's another person standing there, you can see their face and their body and whatever because it's in your field of vision. But you can't necessarily, like, make it out all that clearly. I think that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. So it's kind of learning, like, when to realize that, like, oh, like, I know that he has eyes, but at this distance, I don't think that you'd really be able to tell anything beyond just, like, two little dots kind of thing. Jake Wyatt is super good at that. It was actually kind of looking at his art that I started to, like, figure that out. But Jake Wyatt's good at everything. KVS, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. It means a lot. Just in the process of inking my main character, Ethan, here. I'm actually really happy with his character design. I think it looks good. And I think it looks like how I want him to read, which is, I think he just looks innately friendly and kind of optimistic. At least I hope he does. That's what I was going for, but just because I think he looks a certain way doesn't mean that other people feel that he does. There we go. Big ol' belt. It's my Namada influence showing. The weebs will know what I'm talking about. Weebs and gamers. Actually, come to think of it, his name's probably pronounced Nomada, depending on how they chose to translate it to English. Because if it were Namada, it would be Namura. Or at least I think it would, based on my pretty rudimentary understanding of the Japanese language. Mugen, what's up, bud? Thank you so much for stopping by. I'm glad you could make it. I just want to thank everyone again for coming out. Like, this has been really helpful in terms of just kind of, helping me be motivated to work, helping me feel a little less isolated with, just the way everything's kind of been going. Not to get, super heavy about it or anything like that, but, like I said earlier in the stream, like, that is the main driving factor in why I chose to start streaming. Not that I never had an interest before, but it was certainly what kind of like pushed me over the finish line in terms of going through with it. And yeah, hopefully we're able to continue, and you guys are happy to come hang out, and I keep up my end of the bargain and produce some artwork that you guys think is cool and enjoy watching come together. I don't know, I might not be doing a very great job of speaking right now. I'm probably going to hit the belt buckle with a tech pen, just because it's, you know, a big old piece of metal. So that's kind of why I'm leaving it unfinished currently. Excuse me. Oh, okay. Just trying to figure out what that line was right here, and I realized, oh, it's his hood. Yeah, that's kind of the tricky part about his rucksack, is like it goes over the cloak proper, but his hood goes on top of it. So it's kind of this like weird layering. I mean, it's not weird, like it makes sense, but I don't know. I'm just talking. I think I may have just created a little bit of a tangent right there, but it is what it is. One day I'll explain what tangents are for people who aren't aware, but it's a little bit more than I have the mental energy to do right now. Because they're kind of hard to describe anyway. Dr. Mangus, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Man, this is wild. We're at 277 followers already. We started the day below 250. Holy cow. Mugen, yeah, this is a page for my creator-owned comic. This is actually, you can see right here, page number 8 that I've had drawn, penciled that is, for months. And I've been chipping away at inking it for what feels like weeks now. It's really been fighting me the entire way, but I really badly want to get it done. So I decided to go ahead and take a swing at it today while class is in session. To go with the Ivy League thing. Peach, thank you so much for the compliment. I really appreciate it. If you like this, I think you're really going to like some of the other pages. I don't even mean to like self-deprecate, but this page, I think it looks fine. I think I've got stronger pages than the rest of the issue. And, you know, that's just something that happens in comics. Like, there are just too many pages for anyone to bat 1,000. Like, you're going to have some pages that are just better than others. And that's fine. Contrary to what the original image guys thought, not every page needs to be a splash page. And that's not meant to be like a shots fired at those guys. I'm a big fan of most of the original image guys. And honestly, the only reason I'm not fans of some of them is I'm just not super familiar with their work. Aiton does have a kind of unusual ear design. I'm not really sure where I came up with that. And I mean, there's nothing special about it. It's not like, oh, his ears indicate that he's like a chosen one or something. It's just decided to kind of do something a little bit different. And that's actually something I look forward to kind of doing more of in this comic, is just kind of playing around a lot more with like character design tropes and stuff. I kind of talked about that a little bit on Saturday, that I'm really pleased with the JL8 character designs, but I do think I probably could, you know, pushed them a little bit further, done some slightly more interesting things with them. And I mean, like, there is some of that in JL8, for sure. But again, I think I could do a little bit more, and I'm excited to kind of, because like if you were to see some of the stuff I was doing like in college when I was studying animation, my stuff was a lot more shape driven, and what that means is like a little bit more graphic. You know, kind of think about like well, you know, like sort of like Pixar's approach to characters, especially in stuff like, say, Ratatouille or The Incredibles, where, you know, or you know, like a good example is Up, because Carl, right? The main character's name is Carl. I feel like I've seen Up a number of times, but I just can't, because like I know his wife's name is Ellie, but anyway, you know, like he's basically just made up of squares, and that's kind of what I'm talking about when I'm talking about shape-driven character design. You know, kind of more like what, kind of like how Cheeks does it. Sean Galloway, the lead character designer for Spectacular Spider-Man. Right? That was Spectacular Spider-Man, the cartoon series that he worked on. And also just more like pushed figures, you know, like a lot more squash and stretch. Just kind of like more generally cartoony. I'm sorry, I think I'm kind of like rambling, but Cyrus Troy, thank you so much for the compliments. I really appreciate it. Give me just a second to kind of like formulate an answer to your. I mean, the question in regards to JL8 is yes, I am still continuing JL8. I just kind of took this year as like a hiatus year for two reasons. One, the next chapter in JL8, I really want to just kind of do one very large single update with it. So I just need. Oh, sorry, I bumped my camera. I just need time to produce it. Because yeah, I mean, when I say large, I'm talking like it's probably going to be. I feel like it'll probably be like 30 pages or something, which means it'll probably end up being like 60. And also to get started on what you're seeing here, which is a new creator-owned endeavor that I've undertaken titled Forward the Horizon, which is kind of like a fantasy adventure comic about Aiton here, this main character, setting off on his own in an attempt to become an adventurer. And step one is to find an adventuring party, which is what's literally happening on this page as he meets these guys to ask them if he can come tag along on their mission to go retrieve a bunch of stolen goods from the goblins that have been raiding the village that they're hanging out in. And then lastly, the commission question. I am still taking commissions. Right now I'm pretty backed up on them though. So the turnaround time is probably like in the 6-month range. Which is probably a little too extreme, but I'd rather quote you too long and have it arrive early than quote you too early and have it arrive late. And then commission questions can just be sent to my email account, Stewart Yale at gmail.com. Because I like to keep all that stuff in one place. It's just kind of easier. I'm terrified of someone sending me money and then I forget about it because I forgot to immediately write it down and it's not showing up in my place where all my commissions normally show up and all that. Kind of bummed. It just dawned on me. I'm probably going to have to go for my evening walk on the treadmill instead of outside because it's so freaking cold out right now. I'm just not really interested in exposing myself to like 20-degree weather. Especially not with everything that's going on. just gotta lay in his peepers. I guess I also still have to do his belt buckle, but we're getting there. It's probably gonna end up being like my tagline for my stream. We're getting there. I feel like I say it a lot. There you go. Looks good. Yeah, I'll just hit this with my brush. Honestly, I'll just... Alright, so like I said, I'm gonna hit that belt buckle with a tech pen. So let me just clean off my brush here real quick. And what size pen? I think I'll go... I think just a 0.1 should be fine for this. Can always go thicker, but it's a lot harder to make something thinner after you start. There we go. And this is also a Copic Multiliner. The silver ones that I use are the like refillable kind. And I have a 0.1 refillable, I just haven't refilled it recently. So, using one of my old holdover disposable ones. But yeah, I've tried to be more environmentally conscious, try to use as many reusable tools as I can. By which I mean, you know, basically just things that you can refill instead of having to keep rebuying more and more plastic tubes. I don't know, just, you know, trying to do what I can. And there he is. There's Ethan. Ethan. Oh, actually, I need to black that in. The back of his rucksack. Alright, there we go. Oh, I know what else I wanted to do. I'll just go ahead and connect that. Although I will finish it off with a use the back to the one to do the little studs. Just trying to make sure to remember everything I intended to do here. Oh, gotta do Kieran's eyes. And lastly, the kind of like the planks that make up the table. Which, yeah, I mean, that's wood, and generally I've been kind of using the nib for stuff like that, but that's just kind of a little more work than is necessary for something like that. And I think that panel's pretty well done. You can kind of maybe see here, like, I was kind of debating putting a background in there because, like, the background and all the panels below it is so dense. You kind of want to give this room to breathe, because then the page could feel a little too crowded. Alright. Now what next? Okay, the commissions generally are 9 by 12. I can do them larger, but you know, the price kind of scales up alongside the size just because the bigger the drawing, the more work it takes. In terms of input, that really depends. I tend to prefer to do just kind of like established characters, and it's sort of a the client just sort of trusts my discretion for the most part. The more involved the client becomes, again, kind of like the more expensive it becomes, just because it becomes like an actual job where maybe there are like revisions being made and edits being done, things like that, which is just generally a little bit more than I care to do for commission work. So, yeah. In terms of discount codes for Black Friday, I don't think I'm gonna do any of that this year. I might offer something in actual, kind of like around Christmas time. It really just boils down to the fact that, like, I don't think I'll be able to get stuff to people in time for Christmas. And a lot of times when people order things on Black Friday, it's kind of as a Christmas gift. So I'm kind of just sidestepping that potential conundrum this year. Because, yeah, usually I do. Usually I have a big Black Friday sale every year. But I didn't really even think about it until pretty late in the season. And, like, when it comes to Black Friday stuff, you're kind of, like, everybody's competing for those dollars. And I thought I got such a late start that it probably wouldn't even matter. People probably just wouldn't even have the money to spend in my store. I don't know. Oh yeah, that's a Tana print. I can't remember when I did that. I think I just did that, like, I think I was just like bored at a convention. It was just like a slow hour, slow day, something like that. So I just kind of like banged it out and decided, yeah, sure, I'll make a print of it. Why not? And it does relatively okay for me. I mean, it's not like my best seller by any stretch, but... Alright, so I've got about 15 minutes left. So I'm trying to think. I think I might just go in hard and kind of bang out the remaining kind of like details and stuff on this panel and just kind of get it finished. I think that sounds like a good idea. So I think for starters, we're gonna go in here and actually I think I just need a bit slightly better. Awesome, yeah, I'm glad that you're digging some of the stuff available in the shop. Yeah, the Batcat, that actually was a commission that I then just decided to make available as a print because people liked it a lot. I'm just going to kind of freehand this. I like to give walls these little flecks. Mignola kind of does something like this. I think that's kind of like where I got it from. It sort of gives it just like a really simple, kind of like a light texture that I think is really helpful in kind of giving things character. It also kind of helps differentiate the foreground characters from the wall. Oh, yep, see? Look, smeared right there. Not that bad, it kind of just looks like what I was trying to do, but yeah. Just throwing in some floorboards. Nothing super fancy. And speaking of nothing super fancy, I think I hit my camera again. I'm probably going to scuff these up a tad, but I don't want to give... I don't want to just like muddy everything up super hard. Oh, oops, I'm dipping in the wrong ink. Not that it really matters, but... That's good enough. I know it doesn't seem like much, but you can like really easily overdo stuff like that. So I'd rather go kind of conservative on it. I think I did want to give this, it's like 4-gram bit of the bar. I'm actually going to need to draw. There actually is a painting that's going to go back there. Painting. I'll need to draw in. I always get way too anxious about doing line art and coloring a drawing. Any advice on that? I don't really know what kind of advice to give for that. I mean, without sounding kind of just like flippant, because the advice I would give is you just gotta do it. One advice might be like don't be too precious with it. Like, not everything has to be a masterpiece. And actually, I mean, maybe just start with kind of like loose little sketches and work your way up from there. Where, you just don't really care all that much about how the drawing looks. you could maybe look into, I don't really have the time to go into it right now, but you could look into doing gesture drawing, which I actually really like gesture drawing. It's a lot of fun. But maybe you could look into that and start giving that a try, and maybe that would help kind of build your confidence. Oh, Truffles, thank you so much for the follow. Pint Slasher, that's really kind of you to say. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And thank you for the follow as well. Oh, yeah, the tape. Yeah, that's just from years and years of... Dude Cameron, thank you for the follow. Yeah, it's just from years and years of use. I used to lay the tape down to put vanishing points and stuff, and then I realized I could just do it straight on the board. And I've just never really taken the tape off. I'm trying to decide what else I can maybe bang out here real quick before our stream ends. Oh, for starters, his boot, I remember, is supposed to be black. There we go. And you know what? I think that's probably going to be it for the day, work-wise. Or at least for this stream, anyway. But I've got a few minutes, so... Oh, Andy, thank you, man. Have you been here this whole time? Smudges? I mean, I do worry about smudges. For starters, I just don't generally have sweaty hands, so that certainly helps. But also, I just make sure not to, like, overload my tools. That certainly plays a big role. You know, the wetter your brush or the wetter your nib, you know, the line it lays down is going to be wetter, like I said. So the wetter something is, the easier it will be to smear it. So you just want to kind of make sure not to, yeah, just kind of, you got to be mindful of stuff like that. And also, I mean, like, you kind of figure out how to, like, work around the page without completely laying on top of the stuff that you just did. You know, that plays a big role. You know, it's kind of just like a practice thing. The more you practice, the better you get at it. Yeah, I mean, I can be pretty excuse me. I can be pretty heavy-handed as well, but you just kind of have to, you know, find ways to work around it, or lean into it. I mean, you know, you just gotta kind of find what works for you. Because that's the thing. This is what works for me. Like, I look at guys like Bill Sienkiewicz, Sean Murphy, Vanessa Del Rey. Like, I don't know how they do what they do. So, that's kind of the whole point of art, really. You just got to kind of find your own voice, find what works for you, and, try to embrace it, and try to do your best at it. Yeah, yeah. All this lettering is done by hand, for better or for worse. But yeah, hand letter all that. I just use like a 0.5 Copic Multiliner, like this one. It's kind of like the right width for what I'm looking for. Yeah, thank you very much. I do get that a lot, the whole clean thing. I don't know, maybe that comes from my animation background. That's just kind of how I see the world or something. Oops, my alarm's going off. What was I saying? What the heck was I saying? I don't know. I forgot what I was saying. I apologize. But yeah, I can hang out probably another like 5 minutes or so if anybody else feels like shooting some questions my way, sharing some thoughts, just wants to chat. And then I gotta get ready to go pick up the dog. Got quite a bit done today, all things considered. Mochi Puddle, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. And I imagine tomorrow I'll probably be working on this page some more. Might get into some commission work. We'll see. But yeah. And tomorrow I'll be on tentatively at 2 p.m. Central Time. I might be on as early as 1, but let's say like 75% chance 2 o'clock, 25% chance 1 o'clock. So we'll have to see. Yeah, Cameron, I mean, if you got more questions, man, feel free to ask. Central Time Zone. I'm in St. Louis, so I think the abbreviation is CDT. So like right now it's 7 o'clock on the East Coast. It's 6 o'clock here, and it would be 4 o'clock on the West Coast, assuming you're in the States. Mugen, where in Texas are you? Cameron, I would probably just try drawing from like photo reference and drawing from life. Like find photos or have a friend pose in the position that you're kind of having a hard time drawing in and just practice that way. Because really, like, as long as you understand the way one person looks from that angle, you can kind of like extrapolate out and figure out how Superman would look from that angle, or how the Hulk would look from that angle, or Wonder Woman, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Because, you know, it's not like I've spent the last 30 years of my life drawing just Batman and, like, I only know how to draw Batman from the front, side, whatever. Like, you just kind of understand how to draw the human body from all these different angles, and then you kind of, like, layer over, you kind of skin it with whatever character it is that you're trying to draw. Well, that's cool, Mugen. I mean, I'm glad that you joined us, man. It's always a pleasure to have you here. I haven't been to Texas all that much. I've been to San Antonio. I've flown through Dallas a bunch, but I haven't really spent that much time in Texas. I'd like to, just haven't quite gotten around to it yet. Ideally, I'd visit Arlen, but that's not a real place. I'll tell you what. All right, go ahead and... Oh yeah, character landmarks are huge. Look out, it's so juicy! You do not want to get me started on King of the Hill quotes. We'll go all night. I absolutely adore that show. I think that show is an absolute masterpiece. I am bummed that it kind of tailed off a little bit in the later seasons, but man, when it was on, that show was on. It was just as funny, just as smart as any of the best episodes of any other, like adult animated series that the States have ever seen. Well, I think with that, I'm probably gonna head on out of here. Um, I was thinking about maybe rating somebody, but I'm not really sure who to raid. I've got friends that are playing Magic, the card game, and I've got friends who are playing Call of Duty. What do you guys want to watch? I'm gonna send you all over that way. Or you guys can just bail. That's that's totally fine too. How about we raid my buddy Frank? He could probably use it. He'll get a kick out of it.